All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KAC BC 2020-07, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hisni Gucati and Gucati&Haradinaj.
I note the prosecution has the same personnel as yesterday. Is that correct?
With one addition, intern Molly Norberg, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't notice her. Mr. Reese, any change?
No changes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cadman?
Just Mr. Buckley joining us again this morning.
And I do note that Mr. Gucati and Mr. Haradinaj are present in the courtroom. Before we bring back the witness, the panel will address a few matters. First, an oral order on the application of Mr. Rees made yesterday regarding new information provided by witness 4842, who is due to testify this or next week. The panel notes that the SPO sent an email to the defense and the panel on 14 October 2021 after having held a witness preparation session with witness 4842. In this email, the SPO informed the panel and the defense that inter alia, the witness provided some new information in relation to certain measures taken and the witness's duties. The Gucati defense maintains that if the SPO wants to adduce testimony in relation to the new information provided by the witness, then the SPO must provide a witness statement or declaration to be signed, setting out the scope of that witness's testimony and to apply for leave to adduce that material. The Gucati defense relies on Rules 102, 143, 153, and 155 to advance this argument. The SPO responds, among others, that Rule 95 only requires notice to the opposing party and that there is no requirement that only witnesses who provided previous statements can be called to testify. The panel rules as follows. A combined reading of paragraphs 4A and 4C of Article 21 require that the accused be given fair notice of evidence to be presented. Rules 95, 102, and 143 of the rules reflect the same requirement. To be clear, while Rule 102 does not require that the statement of all witnesses whom the SPO intends to call to testify must be disclosed, this does not mean that the witnesses who do not have statements cannot testify. It also does not mean that any information that the witness will testify about must be included in a previous statement. That being said, any new information that may arise before testimony, for example, after a preparation session, must still meet the fair notice requirement. If a party produces new information that goes into entirely new areas of evidence, this may raise an issue of fair notice. In the present case, the SPO acted in accordance with paragraphs 52 and 53 of the order on the conduct of proceedings and informed the defense and the panel well in advance of the witness's testimony of the new information obtained from the witness. The order on the conduct of proceedings does not require a new witness statement in each case, in such a case. It simply requires that the log of the preparation session and notice as regards any information falling under the calling party's disclosure obligations, including new information, is provided to the opposing party and the panel. The panel notes here that the Gucati defense did not object to such a procedure when submissions were invited on the draft order on the conduct of proceedings. As regards the substance of the new information, the panel is satisfied that the additional information is limited in scope and nature. The information falls within the scope of the witness's anticipated testimony and does not go beyond what the defense has notice of. Preparation for the possibility of additional lines of questioning is therefore limited, and the recent indication of these issues will not cause prejudice to the defense. In any event, should the witness be asked by the SBO to testify to matters that go beyond the scope of his statement and the 14th October notice, the defense can seek relief at that point. For example, more time to prepare, or that the witness be recalled for further cross-examination in relation to that issue. For these reasons, the panel rejects the application of the Gucati defense and concludes this oral order. The panel also wishes to give the parties notice of the plans for the remainder of this week and next week. We hope to finish the testimony of Mr. Berisha today or tomorrow morning. We will then hear submissions on the exhibits deferred during the testimony of Ms. Plummer. The panel will address these exhibits per categories. An email will be sent today by our legal officer setting out these categories, but for the sake of the record, they are as follows. Category 1 are declarations and official note of Ms. Pumper. Here, the SBO is reminded to read out a concise summary of the witness's declarations in conformity with the order on the conduct of proceedings and our oral order of 21 October. Category 2, excerpts of Batch 1. Category 3, official notes on the receipt of material from the media. Category 4, Batch 2. Category 5, excerpts of Batch 3. Category 6, correspondence from an international organization. Category 7, items the SBO considers judicially noticeable. Category 8, associated exhibits. And Category 9, item tendered by the defendants. In accordance with our oral order of 21 October, the prosecution is reminded to indicate for each tendered exhibit its proposed classification. The defense will be asked to give an indication of its position on the proposed classification. If an exhibit is proposed to be confidential, the SBO should also indicate if a public redacted version can be made available, and if so, by when. The same applies for the one exhibit tendered by the defense. The parties are also cautioned to present their arguments in a manner that does not defeat the confidential classification of the tendered exhibits. The SBO and each defense counsel will be allotted 15 minutes to make submissions on all categories. The time spent by the SBO reading the summaries of Ms. Pumper's declarations will not be counted for the 15 minutes. The panel will decide on admissibility and classification after having heard all arguments of both parties. Depending on the time left after the admissibility discussion, the panel intends to start with the next witness, 4842, this week or, if necessary, next Thursday. Let's now continue with the witness. Madam Court Usher, please bring in Mr. Berisha.
Your Honors, before commencing with the witness, there was one issue related to the preparation log covered by Your Honor's order that we wanted to address the court on before starting, if that's all right.
Yes.
Yes, so at 7:28 p.m. and at 8:13 p.m. yesterday, the defense team sent a 12-point disclosure request in relating to the 3 additional items of information addressed in the preparation log covered by Your Honor's order. We just wanted to put on the record, we have acknowledged receipt of this and said that we would respond as soon as possible, but that really shouldn't be necessary in this instance. There is no reason why these three small items in the 14 October 2021 preparation log should reasonably prompt an additional inquiry of this magnitude. And there is no reason why this inquiry couldn't have been made a while ago.
Excuse me. This deals with the next witness, not with Mr. Berisha, correct?
Correct.
We'll deal with that and the motion after this testimony is finished.
As you wish.
All right? Mr. Kotsi, you would like to raise an issue? Just have her.
Microphone, please, for the speaker.
Koji polje por-
Your Honors, I apologize for interrupting.
Here. What's that? From the translator?
I was not allowed to bring my laptop or iPad to the courtroom. May I bring it into the courtroom because I need it for my work?
Sorry about that, Mr. Kotsi, but it is a security issue. The other people here have gone through some security management that allows them to have theirs, and you have not had an opportunity to do that. So we can't allow your laptop in, and I do apologize for that. And I hope you can manage to take other notes, and if you need some, if we get ahead of you and you're making notes and you need some time, just raise your hand and we'll give it to you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Now you, Madam Usher, you can bring in the witness. Good morning, Mr. Berisha. You can please sit down. Today, the SBO will continue and finish its direct examination. Then the defense will ask you some questions. Mr. Halling, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
Your Honors, as I indicated at the end of yesterday, there was one more set of media articles that I intend to go through with the witness this morning. Before continuing, I did want to address a small point of housekeeping in relation to the media articles discussed at the end of yesterday. We looked again into the record on the admitted status of P-125 after the hearing. P-125 indeed has no MFI designation, but it actually isn't fully admitted. P-125 is a compilation of Albanian articles, which are admitted across ERN 081361 to 081378. There is an English translation, P-125 ET, but it only covers part of this range, namely 081371 to 081373 ET. 081361 to 081362 ET and 081364 to 081367 ET, also English transcripts within the same range, are not currently admitted. Mr. Berisha spoke about the Albanian versions of these transcripts yesterday at the end of the session. 081369 to 081370 ET and 081374 to 081377 ET are not in the presentation queue for this witness, but they are also English translations in the same range. Both are on our list of exhibits and have also not yet been admitted. It is our submission that, at least in principle, when admitting Albanian language exhibits, their English translations should also be admitted at the same time. So we would ask to tender the 4 ERNs I just read into the record and to link those exhibit numbers to P-125. As for the numbering, this could be done with the decimal and the English translation indication together, something like P-125 ET.1 and so on, as your honors did yesterday. But we would like to tender those translations.
Defense have any objection to this process?
No objection.
Anything, Mr. Cadman?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then recite the ERN numbers and beginning with point 1, assign the number, and we will then admit.
Thank you. And I'll give the classification for each as I go.
Yes.
So what we would say should be 125 ET.1 would be ERN 081361 to 081362 ET, and that can be public.
And that is admitted.
081364 to 081367 ET would be 125 ET.2, and that can be public.
And that is admitted.
081369 to 081370 would be 125 ET.3, and that would be confidential.
It is admitted, and its classification is confidential.
And 081374 to 081377 ET would be 125 ET.4, and that would be confidential.
ET 124.
It would be 125 ET.4, Your Honor.
Okay, that is admitted, and it will remain confidential.
Thank you, Your Honors. Now, I would like the court officer to please open ERN 12766 to 12780, and please display it on the screen for the witness. For the record also, this is exhibit number 492 from the list, and the English translation of these same articles is tab 493.
Could you please repeat the ERN again?
Certainly. It was I might have missed a number. 102-766 to 102-780. And it's 492 on our list of exhibits. Mr. Barishik, just one moment. Mr. Barishik, can you see the article on the screen?
Pošo.
Yes, I can see it.
To read the text?
Po.
Yes,
Is this an article you wrote on 7 September 2020?
Nuk më kujtohet sakt.
I don't remember who exactly wrote it because my name does not stand there, but I was aware of it being published because I was in the office that day.
So this is an article from Gazzetta in Focus, yes?
Po.
Yes,
Article about.
Flet për
it is about what was contained in one of the documents we got.
Mr. Berisha, is the account of the woman in this article something you saw in the batch of materials you took from the KLA War Veterans Association?
po ishte në
Yes, it was amongst one of the documents in that batch.
It says in the article that, quote, "In Focus will not publish any details regarding these persons," end quote. Why was that decision made?
sepse siç
Because, as I already stated yesterday, we suspected the authenticity of the documents and their confidentiality, and therefore in order to avoid making a mistake, we decided not to publish any information that could be sensitive.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, can we please go to the next page? Mr. Berisha, is this an article you wrote on 9 September 2020?
Po.
Yes?
Describes the SPO saying it had no comments on the KLA WVA files you mentioned yesterday?
Po.
Yes.
Last paragraph of this article, an accurate description of the safeguards you took when publishing the KLA WVA materials you had in your possession.
Po siç thuhet,
Yes, as it is stated there with greatest care, Infocus newspaper decided to report about the mentioned files that were in her possession.
Can we please go to the next page? Mr. Berisha, is this an article you wrote on 9 September 2020?
ky është artikulli
This is an article published by Infocus newspaper, but I do not remember who exactly wrote it, and the name of the author does not appear on the article itself.
Please briefly describe what this article is about.
në këtë artikull
In this article, it is explained that SPO investigators recovered the files that were in possession of Infocus newspaper.
On the Albanian article on the left side, there are two pictures. Can you please describe what those two pictures are?
fotografia e parë
The first picture, if I'm not mistaken, was taken on the 7th of September, a photograph of the documents that we possessed, and the second one is a proof which shows that SBO investigators recovered the documents from Infocus newspaper.
And that's the delivery document I showed you yesterday, correct?
SR.
Correct.
For the record, Your Honors, that was P100. We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article you wrote on 8 September 2020?
Ky është një artikull
This is an article that was written and published by Infocus newspaper, but I'm not sure about the author, who authored it.
This article is about the SPO seizing documents from the KLA War Veterans Association. Is that right?
po.
Yes.
There's a quote from Faton Klinikou in the middle of this article. Did you hear Mr. Klinikou say that?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember.
That's fine. We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article you wrote on 17 September 2020?
Është artikull
It's an article by Infocus newspaper, but I do not remember who authored it.
What is this article about?
ky artikull
This article speaks of SBO investigators returning for the second time to KLA-WVA offices and recovering documents from there.
To the extent did you know, how did you learn the information reported in this article?
zyret e overload zyret e
The KLA-WVA offices are situated in the center of Pristina, as you know, and everything that happened there was made public. Therefore, all the media outlets wrote about this event, and this is how we found out, because we ourselves were not on the ground.
So do I understand you correctly that you learned about these same events from the press statements of the KLA War Veterans Association?
jo
No. I said that KLA-WVA offices are in the center of Pristina, and there's a great circulation of people there, and everything that took place there was public. And we ourselves were not on the ground, and we learned about this event from other media that reported on this issue.
I understand. So the statements were made, it was reported by other media, and you are knowledgeable about it from that.
po kështu me sa më kujtohet.
Yes, to my recollection, this is how it was, because to my knowledge, there were no Infocus journalists on the ground that day.
Next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article that you wrote on 22 September 2020?
Është artikulli
It is an article published by Infocus newspaper, but I do not remember who authored it.
ky flet
The article speaks about the third time that SBO investigators went to KLA-WVA offices and retrieving documents.
To the extent that you know, please describe how you learned the information reported in this article.
edhe për këtë
Just like with regard to the previous article, these events were at the center of attention at the time, and the media reported speedily on those events, and probably this article was based on the information received from other media, because I don't remember Infocus newspaper having its own journalists on the ground that day either.
We can go to the next page. I think you can sense the pattern by now. Is this an article that you wrote on 17 September 2020?
po kjo është
Again, this is an article wrote by me.
What is the picture in the article?
Kjo fotografi është
The picture was taken from security cameras of KLA-WVA offices when the unknown person brought the documents there.
How did you get the picture?
nga rrjetet
From social media.
Do you remember where on social media?
Nuk jam shumë I sigurt,
I'm not very certain, but I think it was published by KLA-WVA itself, by one of its officials.
We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article you wrote on 7 September 2020?
po,
Yes?
About?
kjo është paralajmërim
It's an announcement for the first press conference held by KLA-WVA with regard to the documents.
This is the press conference you attended, correct?
e saktë.
Correct.
Mr. Berisha, we spoke yesterday about Mr. Haradinaj telling you that there would be a public notice about the press conference. For the record, this is pages 105 to 106 of yesterday's real-time transcript. Was this article written before or after that public notice?
Me sa më kujt,
As far as I remember, it was written before the public notice.
How did the KLA War Veterans Association make that public notice? How was it communicated?
nuk më kujtohet sa
I don't remember exactly whether it was through social media or email.
Thank you. We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article that you wrote on 16 September 2020?
më me konfirmu që është
I can confirm that it's an InFocus newspaper article, but I do not remember who authored it.
To the extent that you know, please describe how the information provided in the article was learned.
nuk është që më kujtohet
It's not that I remember it correctly, but given the way how the situation developed those days, everything was made public in the media very fast. So I think this was in coordination with or taken from other media, this information.
We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article that you wrote on 22 September 2020?
ka mundësi
Could be, but I'm not very certain.
Do you know what the picture is in this article?
është fotografi
It's from the security cameras of KLA-WVA offices of the person bringing the documents there.
Who provided this picture to the extent that you know?
Në artikull siç përsh
As it can be seen on the article, there's a video from security cameras, and this picture is taken from that video, and as far as I remember, it was published by KLAWVA officials in their own social media page.
We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article that you wrote on 22 September 2020?
nuk më kujtohet sa
I don't remember exactly.
What is this one about?
flet për
It speaks about the third time that a person brought documents to them.
To the extent that you knew, please describe how you learned about this development.
me atë sa më kujtohet,
As far as I remember, this was after we followed online the third press conference in relation to these documents.
Thank you. We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article you wrote on 7 September 2020?
po,
Yes?
Ask you about the beginning of this article in particular. I'll read it. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office refuses to make any comments regarding the leak of secret documents. Amongst other, there are names, addresses, and telephone numbers of witnesses interviewed by the Special Investigative Task Force and Serbian authorities. Mr. Berisha, please describe how you came to know what is reported here.
siç e kam
As I explained it already yesterday, upon getting these documents, we wrote to SBO office to ask them about the authenticity and confidentiality of these documents. The SBO office did not give an accurate answer. They neither confirmed nor denied. Since we had the documents, we had the Infocus newspaper, we could see approximately what they contained.
So if I understand you correctly, the information reported did not come from the SPO, but from your inspection of the documents seized. Is that right?
këtu në afërsisht ka
At the end of the article, there's the answer of the SPO concretely from the spokesperson, Mr. Christopher Bennett. The article says that Mr. Bennett thanked us for the email and that he did not make any comments on the document.
We can go to the next page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article that you wrote on 16 September 2020?
nuk më kujtohet nëse
I don't remember whether I wrote it.
Are you familiar with the information reported in this article?
Pak a shumë, po nuk
More or less, but I can't quite remember precisely.
The title of the article is Nasim Haradinaj attacks the media who did not publish special court secret information. Is that right?
Përveç kjo fjala
As you can see, attack is in inverted commas, which means that it's not exactly what it means.
I follow. I wanted to ask about a couple of parts of this article to see what you know about them. This is the first part. I'll read it into the record. The second in charge of the KLA WVA said that when it comes to the KLA veterans, the media do not hesitate to publish, including sensitive information, but not when it is about the special court. Quote, in a way, they also exposed our press, who were loud about the alleged fake veterans. They even published their names and surnames, but you faced a tough challenge and you did not dare move. And it appears that foreigners who damage us respect them more than our people, and at the end of the day, we may make mistakes, but they are unintentional mistakes, end quote, said Haradinaj. Mr. Berisha, did you hear this statement?
I was aware of this statement, but I am not sure, and I can't remember exactly whether I heard it myself.
Do you know if the press in Kosovo published stories about allegations of fake war veterans in the past?
nuk e di nëse e kuptova.
I don't know if I understood your question. Is it about fake allegations by the VWA?
Yes. Is there any publication about that you're aware of?
Po, në atë kohë nuk
At that time, I was not a journalist with InFocus. I was working for another media outlet. I remember that at that time, there were several articles speaking about veterans who were fake veterans. These names had been taken or received from a prosecutor in Kosovo, as far as I remember.
You said it was before you joined. Are you aware of whether Gazeta in Focus published any such articles?
nuk jam ndjen.
I'm not aware of that because at the time I was a field reporter, and as a field reporter, I did not have much time to read online media.
Mr. Berisha, there is a specific journalist discussed in this article who Mr. Haradinaj is speaking to. Do you know who that journalist is?
Jo, nuk më kujtohet.
No, I don't remember. As I told you earlier, I am aware that such a statement was made, but I don't know who he spoke to or for whom he was speaking about.
This part as well I wanted to read. Haradinaj further said that the media have these documents in front of them, but they do not dare publish them, writes In Focus. Are you aware of Mr. Haradinaj saying that?
Unë si thash edhe më herët jam
As I said earlier, I am more or less aware of the statement mentioned in this article, but I can't remember any specifics about what was said and how he said them.
Now, in this article, is there a description of how Gazeta in Focus handled the documents in question?
Po, është në pjesën e fundit të
Yes, in the last part of the article, it says here that that Gazeta in Focus was very careful in dealing with these articles, and they were very careful to ensure the authenticity and confidentiality of the documents.
And it also discusses that InFocus did not publish secret and sensitive information in the documents Mr. Haradinaj identified. Is that correct?
po, në
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we had doubts about the authenticity of these documents first, and then second, whether they were confidential or not. And then we decided, in spite of our doubts, we would publish only things that were not confidential, so not publish things that were confidential and secret.
And at the end of this article about Haradinaj's statements, it says, these files were later recovered from InFocus by 2 investigators from the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. This is also an accurate description of what Gazeta InFocus did with the materials. Is that right?
po si që dëshmarët dokumentit
Yes, as the previous document showed, SPO representatives received the documents from us, recovered the documents from us, and we reported that fact.
Page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article that you wrote on 7 September 2020?
po,
Yes,
këto fotografi
these are pictures that were taken immediately after we took the documents and we arrived at InFocus offices.
Go to the next page. This is also the last page. Mr. Berisha, is this an article you wrote on 7 September 2020?
Duket se po.
I think so, yes.
There are some pictures in the Albanian version that are currently being cut off by the page. If we could scroll down, thank you. Mr. Berisha, can you please describe what these pictures are? If we need to zoom in, we can.
Këto dokumente me sa
From what I can see here, these documents are the documents that were part of the files that we got from there.
I wanted to direct you to this part of the article. The files contain numerous names of witnesses, most of them Serbs, but there are also Albanian, Roma, Ashkali names as well, reports InFocus. Now, Mr. Berisha, you mentioned that you initially inspected the materials. Am I correct? You said yesterday this took about 30 to 45 minutes. Is that correct?
po është sa
Yes, that's correct. The editors and I looked at these documents to see what was in there, while other journalists of the InFocus newspaper were not allowed to get in the room.
From the excerpt I just read to you, was that also verified in the course of that initial inspection?
Gjatë këtij kontrolli
As we were looking at the documents, we saw that there was a lot of correspondence between the special task force with prosecutors in Serbia, and they had asked them to provide them with witnesses, and there were names and addresses that the special task force had received, but they had not been able to verify their addresses. So this was the correspondence between the task force and the Serbian prosecutors in order for them to assist with finding these witnesses and their addresses.
I wanted to read one last excerpt from this article. It says, in relation to one of the pictures, below is a list of witnesses requested to be interviewed, which has been redacted for security reasons. Most of the files obtained by InFocus contain similar requests and witnesses' names. Mr. Berisha, you already mentioned that the picture referenced is part of the documents that you took from the KLA War Veterans Association. When it said here that most of the files contain similar requests and witnesses' names, was this information also learned in the course of your initial inspection of the documents?
po se që thash më herë,
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, part of these documents were requests by the task force addressed to Serbian prosecutors to provide them with witnesses that were mentioned by name in their request.
Now, Mr. Berisha, all of the articles that we've been discussing this morning, is it correct that you gave these articles to the SPO?
nuk e kuptova pyetjen.
I did not understand the question.
During your SPO interview, you gave certain media articles to the SPO. Are these those media articles that we've been discussing this morning?
Një pjesë këtyre artikujve
Part of these articles were in the possession of the SPO, and they showed me the articles, and some other articles, I brought them to the interview myself in order to be prepared for the questions that might be asked of me.
All of the articles that we've been discussing, are they accurate to the best of your knowledge?
për atë kohë sa kam punuar në gazetën InFocus,
For the time I was working with InFocus, all the articles we published were correct, true, and there was no deviation.
Mr. Berisha, across all of the articles that we have looked at today and yesterday, did you or Gazeta in Focus say at any point that it was the SPO rather than the KLA War Veterans Association who provided the documents in question to the media?
që këto dosje, nëse kuptova saktë,
If I'm understanding you correctly, are you asking about us getting these files from the KLA WVA or the SPO?
I'm curious whether in any of the articles that we just went through, there is any reporting that it was the SPO who provided these documents to the media. Is there any reporting
Your Honour, we
like
can
that?
see that from the articles themselves. They've been exhibited.
we have not reported at any time that the SPO provided these documents to us.
Your Honors, for this range of media articles, for 102.766 to 102.780, we would ask that this packet of articles and its English translation also be admitted. As for classification, we note that the article at page 102.768 reproduces delivery document P100. The public reclassification of P100 has been deferred pending the resolution of the motion to add W04876 to the SPO's witness list. We would request that this packet of articles also be classified as confidential for the same reasons. If the request to add W04876 is granted, the SPO has no objection to this packet of articles being classified as public.
They will remain classified for the time being.
Well,
Go ahead.
we're happy for this to be reclassified as public. In relation to the delivery document P100, I can't remember the justification for the deferment of that reclassification as public. I cannot see why it should not be public also. So we would agree with Mr. Hallin's submission that this package of documents can be reclassified, should be classified as public.
As to P100, that we were merely waiting on to see if that witness was going to be allowed, and we understand the request to keep it confidential at this time, and we'll continue that.
Well, in relation to that document, if whether the witness gives evidence or not, the admission of the document can't change its reclassification if it is admitted. So we would submit that these documents should properly be classified as public.
Thank you, but I've already ruled on that matter. Now, are you making an offer of the others, or you want a deferment on all of them?
We would like them tendered as exhibits at this time. The only thing that would be deferred would be the classification as public.
Okay, any objection to the tender?
There's no objection to the tender, but in relation to these documents, and I do follow Your Honour's ruling, perhaps the way to deal with it is if the documents themselves can be classified as public, save that the representation of the delivery document will not be referred to, save in private session if it's referred to at all. That would meet both Mr. Hallin's proposal and any concern about the status of the delivery document.
And are you offering these 102 to 102-766 as one exhibit,
That's correct, Your Honor.
and 102 and to 780 as a second exhibit, or as the same exhibit?
The whole range, 102.766 to 102.780, would be one single exhibit.
All right, and will you assign a number to that if those are admitted?
Your Honors, that would be P129.
And I understand your position, but we will hold off on those. A ruling on the witness and whether or not the witness can testify will be by tomorrow, and we'll make a ruling on the rest of them by tomorrow.
But as far as this witness's evidence is concerned, and applying the rule that proceedings should be in public session, save unless it is necessary not to be, it does seem to me perfectly proper in these circumstances that we can deal with those exhibits, save for that one image, in public session and in full.
I know you've said that twice, and I ruled on it twice, so that's going to be the one. The ruling is that they will remain as classified at this, as previously classified, until a ruling on the admissibility of the witness is made.
If Your Honour, if those documents were separately exhibited, then there would be no issue with the remaining documents being dealt with in public session, would there not?
Mr. Rees, we're not going to continue this argument any longer. I've ruled on it. Any other questions, Mr. Helling?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Rees, you may cross-examine.
May I cross-examine in public session or private session, Your Honour?
We're in public session, are we not? Just you know the rules. Don't use the names.
Well, I find the rules increasingly hard to follow, Your Honour. Before you gave evidence, Mr. Grisha, albeit in the presence of your lawyer, the SPO said they wanted to make it clear on the record and on the authority of the specialist prosecutor himself, no less, that they would not be prosecuting you for anything. You had done nothing wrong, and just so as you understand, for what it's worth, I entirely agree with that. You have done nothing wrong. All right? I want to ask you some questions, nevertheless, just to explore the chronology of matters, the articles that you printed and made public, the content of those articles that you printed and made public also. Again, please accept I make no criticism of you and I do not suggest you have done anything wrong. Okay? Can I ask this, that before you gave evidence, did you ask for any undertaking from the specialist prosecutor along the lines that Mr. Halling read out in front of your lawyer?
Falnes mundes një herë më.
Can you repeat the question, please? It's not very clear to me.
That may be difficult.
Before you gave evidence yesterday, had you asked for any assurance or guarantee from the prosecution about your status?
The only thing I asked was to have my lawyer present, Mr. Gucati present.
You were previously interviewed by the prosecution?
Po.
Yes, I was interviewed in Kosovo.
And that took place on the 25th of August 2021?
Po, me sa më kujtohet.
Yes, as far as I remember.
When did the prosecution first ask you to attend for an interview?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember exactly. However, I received a call when I was a journalist with In Focus, and I was told that somebody from the SPO wanted to speak to me, but that meeting never happened. They didn't contact me again. 1 or 2 weeks before that, I was contacted, but I'm not sure about the dates.
No, don't worry so much about the specific date. But so we understand, you had finished working within Focus by the end of September of last year. So you were first asked to speak to somebody back in September. No appointment was made, and then you heard nothing further until a week or two before the 25th of August of this year. Is that right?
Me sa më kujtohet.
As far as I remember, yes. I'm not very sure. what I'm sure about is that I was contacted once before that.
The contact in August, was that initial contact by telephone or by email or in some other form?
Përmes telefonit.
By phone.
And who contacted you by phone?
Me sa më kujtohet,
From what I remember, the first contact was with Ms. Valeria Bolici, the prosecutor.
Following that contact by phone in August, did you receive a summons to attend for an interview?
kur në intervjist
In the first interview in Kosovo, I didn't have a summons for that.
Did you receive any invitation then to that interview on the 25th of August in writing in any form?
jo, nuk
No, I don't remember having an invitation in writing.
What did the prosecutor say to you about your status for that interview? What were you, in what capacity were you to be interviewed?
ka thonë që ka më
I was told that I was to be interviewed in relation to this case and that I would be interviewed in the capacity of a witness.
Had you asked Miss Belici about the capacity, your capacity for the purpose of that interview? Did you ask her what capacity would I be interviewed as?
po e kam pyet edhe
Yes, I asked, and I was told that I was not a suspect.
So before you agreed to attend the interview on the 25th of August, you asked and she told you you were not a suspect. Did you ask, why did you ask for your lawyer to attend that interview?
sepse
Because I'm a journalist, and to be honest, I never expected to be invited for an interview, neither as a suspect nor as a witness, and I was just doing my job in a professional way. That was the reason why I asked to have a lawyer, because I felt it was very strange for me to be invited for an interview, and that's why I asked for Mr. Haradinaj to be present there.
Just to reassure you, I do not suggest you were doing anything other than your job in a professional way. Did you ask Mr. Coetzee, your lawyer, to confirm with Miss Belici that you were not a suspect before you attended on the 25th of August 2021 for an interview?
jo, mu për
No, I was told that I was not a suspect, and I took it for granted that I wasn't.
You have worked as a journalist with In Focus and also previously with Clan Kosovo, is that right?
Exakt.
Correct.
Have you worked for any other Kosovan press or media agencies?
Yok, to je.
No, these are the only two I worked for.
When you left Clan Kosovo, did you retain contacts with colleagues at that media agency?
Po sigurisht kam
Yes, of course, I kept my social contacts with many of the journalists working there.
And you had built relationships with other journalists working in other media agencies at Kosovo as well?
unë në Klan Kosova.
I worked at Clan Kosovo for more than 4 years. That's why I had friends there.
And again, is it right that you had built professional working relationships with other colleagues in the press at other media agencies, as well as Clan Kosovo and in Focus?
Në Klan Kosova kam qenë
I was a field reporter with Clan Kosovo, and I met other journalists very often, and my relationships with them were more as a journalist than as a social relationship. So, and when I went to In Focus, I worked more as a desk journalist, so I didn't have many relationships with other journalists outside.
So, closer relationships with ex-colleagues at Clan Kosovo, more professional relationships, less social relationships with other colleagues in the press in Kosovo.
Exakt.
Correct.
On the 7th of September, you attended the press conference at the KLAWVA headquarters in your professional capacity as a journalist. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
And there were other journalists in attendance in their professional capacity at the press conference also. Yes?
Exakt.
Correct.
You attended with another professional colleague of yours from In Focus, a cameraman, is that right?
Po.
Yes.
And in relation to your other colleagues of the press there, you have told us that you recall colleagues from Kosovo Press, Economia Online, and also a team from Kozo.com. Is that right?
Nuk është që I kam
It's not that I knew them as journalists because, as I said, I was a desk journalist. It wasn't that I knew them very well, but I recognized them from the logos they had on their microphones. So as far as I remember, there was a team from Kosovo Press, from Economia Online, and from Calzo.com.
The purpose of the cameraman that you brought with you was to take footage of the press conference. Is that right?
Pa.
Yes.
And the cameraman, was it a Mr. Mirko Birim or Burim?
Jo,
No, that's not the name. It's not Mirko, but it's Mieku. The first name is correct, whereas the surname is Mieku.
Well, apologies. It's my pronunciation, so I apologise for mispronouncing it. And the cameraman took video footage of the press conference, did he?
pa.
Yes.
And we know that there was another press agency that also took footage. Kosovo Press broadcasted it. The conference, yes?
Pa.
Yes.
Lucas broadcast footage from that press conference.
Nuk më kujtohet sakt.
I don't remember precisely. As far as I remember, there was no broadcast directly. The reason I don't remember was that once I returned to the office, I was busy with the other stuff and could not deal with that.
In your interview with the prosecutor on the 25th of August, you suggested that there was some material broadcast in social media. Is that right?
Nuk e kuptova çfarë sugjerimi kam bërë.
I did not quite understand your question. What suggestion do you mean?
With the prosecutor on the 25th of August, you referred to some material being broadcast in social media. Is that right?
Me siguri që
Probably yes, because even now most of the questions and my testimony is public and published by InFocus and other media. So the questions asked of me at the time and now the answers to those questions are online.
And you understood the press conference was about the special court and some files related to the accused, I think is how it was put in one of the articles. Why did you attend that as a professional journalist with a cameraman to record that press conference and broadcast at least parts of it?
këtë vendim nuk e kam.
This was not my decision. It was a decision of the editing office. As I said earlier, InFocus is not a media outlet with lots of journalists. So the decisions for a journalist or a cameraman to go on the ground are taken by the board of editors.
Yes, and you were part of that editorial team, yes?
Po, në atë kohë
Yes, at the time I was both a journalist and editor.
So let me ask you, what was your interest as a journalist in attending the press conference about the special court and some special court files related to the accused? Can you help us with that or not?
po sigurisht
Of course, I can. As a media outlet, as an editorial team, we have just one aim, and that is the interest of the public, of the citizens, so that they are informed of what is going on. And of course, a part of that public interest is the special court and the KLA war veterans. So this was an issue that concerned both the special court and the KLA WVA, and that's why it was of public interest and of the interest of the citizens of Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Parusha. And at the end of the conference, you asked the cameraman to take images of the documents. Is that right?
Kameramanin fjalë është
The cameraman in question is a person with many years of experience, much more experience than myself as a journalist, so it was not necessary for me to tell him to record. As any other cameraman, experienced one, he knew his job and he knew that he was going to record, to make a footage.
And again, Mr. Berisha, to reassure you, both the prosecutor and I do not suggest that you or the cameraman, who you said in the interview recorded the documents, did anything wrong, okay? So please be assured about that, but I still want to explore what happened, if I may. So the cameraman was an experienced man. He began recording copies of the documents, and you agreed with that?
It's something usual, not only in this case, but in other cases as well, of press conferences. Once a press conference ends, all journalists record or make footage of materials that need to be processed later on. So for me, it was not something unusual.
And you'd heard what had been said in the press conference about the documents, and you and other journalists began, as you say, that task of looking at the documents, and your cameraman recording them. Do you know how many documents you looked at with the cameraman before you asked if you could take the documents?
It is difficult to give you a number because the documents were in a disorganized fashion at the moment we approached them when the conference ended, and there were many other journalists and cameramen around. So for me, it's difficult to give you an approximate or an accurate number.
But, so I follow. How long, perhaps in time, could you help us, again without a precise number of minutes, but an indication how long in time yourself and your cameraman spent looking at the documents before you asked for a copy?
Perhaps for 10 minutes or so, but these 10 minutes are not the recording itself, because the recording is from different angles so that it is more professional. So in total, it was 10 to 15 minutes, but not all this time was covered in the recording.
And I said I made a mistake in the last question. I said before you asked for a copy. You didn't ask for a copy. You asked to take the documents themselves, did you not?
Wanneer kova färsche
As I said, it's a bit problematic. There were many documents, so I asked if I could take some of them to see what they were about.
And in your witness interview, you said you'd asked Mr. Haradinaj about that. Is that right?
på en fakta tog
Well, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, there were many journalists and cameramen around the table with the documents, and there were also the people who held the conference. Next to me was Mr. Haradinaj, so I just asked whether I could take some of those documents, and the answer came from Mr. Haradinaj.
Oh, it is a very small point, and one we'll finish on before the break, if I may. It's a small point, but the person you asked was Mr. Haradinaj, and it was Mr. Haradinaj that answered in relation to taking the documents. Is that right?
me sam kujtohet
As far as I remember, I asked the question. It's a bit problematic to explain. As I said, there were many people there, and I knew that the persons responsible, when I say responsible, I mean persons who held that conference for the media. So I asked the question not to the journalists and the cameramen who were there, but to those who held that conference, and the answer was given by Mr. Haradinaj.
Mr. Berisha, I think we'll break there for the mid-morning break.
We will take a half-hour break. Please be back here at 11:30. We are adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, could you please bring the witness back in? Be seated, Mr. Berisha. All right, Mr. Reese, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honour. So, at the end of the press conference on the 7th, after spending some 10 to 15 minutes looking at the documents with your cameraman recording some of the documents, you asked to take the documents, and in fact you wanted to take the entire quantity of documents, did you not?
Në komendu që është
I didn't think it was possible to take the whole quantity of documents, but I asked what I was able to take.
So, in the interview you gave to the prosecutor on the 25th of August, you said after asking if you could take the documents, you were asked if that meant you wanted to take the entire batch. And you said, in my position as a journalist, as it was my job and I was interested, I obviously said yes. So, it's right, isn't it, that if you were able, you would have taken all the documents?
po e sakt.
Yes, correct.
And you were interested in taking the documents in your position as a journalist. Can you expand upon that? Can you say what was the interest that you wanted to explore by taking the documents?
Si që
As I explained earlier, before the break, we looked at the public interest, and it was in the public interest to report on these issues. We decided that we would look at the documents because it was made possible for us to take those documents, look at them, and see what we could report on them. So these were the two things. First, if you were given a choice between taking part of the documents or all of the documents, every journalist would have chosen the second.
So you and your colleague, the cameraman, you took about 1,000 pages, yes?
është pak për
It's a bit difficult to establish how many pages there were, but to my estimation, they were about 1,000 pages.
To be exact, but approximately, you said 1,000 pages. There were some documents left over, but you took the 1,000 or so pages and you took them back to the InFocus office. Is that right?
Exakt.
Correct.
Go with your cameraman colleague back to the office together with the documents?
Po.
Yes.
And at the office, you then discussed the documents with other colleagues of yours at InFocus, the editors. Is that right?
Po med
Yes, with the editors, not the journalists.
Now, do you remember how many of the editors, as it were, discussed the documents with you?
If
If I'm not mistaken, there were 4 other people.
So that's yourself, the cameraman, and 4 others.
Kamermani
No, the cameraman was not there. He had nothing to do with the documents. He just took the images and came with me to the office.
Numbers of colleagues in Focus who had access to the documents, the cameraman and yourself initially, and then 4 others back at InFocus's offices. Yes?
megjegyzett kamermani
However, the cameraman did not have access to them. He just took images of them, but after we went to the office, he had no access to them.
But he had access to them when he was taking copies, taking images of them. Yes?
pokolika giru.
Yes, when he was recording at the press conference, yes.
And I'm going to ask you to look at a document now. Uh, 081364, which is, I think, the first page of P125.
It's the 4th page of that document, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hannon. Appreciate the assistance.
And for the record, Your Honors, the English translation now has P125 ET.2.
Could you say that again, Madam Court Officer, a little louder?
Your Honors, the English translation, the range that was just called by Specialist Counsel, received P125 ET.2 this morning.
So, not the English translation. Thank you. And we can see there the documents spread out on a table in the image, yes?
Yes, I can see, Your Honor. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coetzee.
So we can see there an image in the article that you published on the 7th September, 1439 hours, with the documents spread out in part on a desk, on a table, yes?
Yes.
If we go to the next page of the article itself, again, documents spread out, and then another image, the second page. And a further image then, again showing images of part of the documents, yes? And
Yes.
that desk, where is that desk?
A mund të më shpjegu pak
Can I explain how the office how the InFocus office is laid out? The InFocus newspaper has a large office, which is an open plan office where the journalists are, and in the middle there is a room, which is the room of the director and the administration. These photos were taken from the big table that is in the main room in the middle of the office, of the open plan office.
And they were, well, the article is at 1439 hours on the 7th, so those images taken that day of the documents spread out on that big table in the main room in the InFocus offices, is that right?
Me siguri që a ditë dhe pse nuk më
It must have been on the same day because that was the day when we looked at the documents. After that, they were locked.
The article is published on the 7th, so it must have been that day, mustn't it? If we go back to the front, the first page. And who took those images then of the documents spread out on the desk, on the big table in the main room of the InFocus offices?
nuk më kujtohet me
I don't remember exactly because the focus then was what was contained in the document, so I didn't pay attention at who was taking pictures.
I understand. And if I ask you a question you don't know, please just say that. But can you at least help us with this? Was it the cameraman who had been with you at the press conference, or would it have been somebody else?
Jo, kamermani nuk ka qenë.
No, it wasn't the cameraman. He was not present in the office.
Of the press conference and the documents taken at the press conference by the cameraman, was that taken on, what sort of device was used to take that footage and those images of the documents by the cameraman?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember and I don't know. To be honest, I don't know about these things. I know that it was a professional camera, but not what type or make it was.
So leave aside the model or the brand. Was it a camera designed for recording moving pictures, or was it a more conventional camera which could take still photographs and moving images? Or can you not say?
Jó, Szaldion,
As far as I know, it was a recording camera, so not to take pictures.
It presumably would have recorded in digital form, not on old-fashioned film. Is that right?
po rátói Kajruvechen konferenc.
Yes, he recorded those in the press conference.
And the camera or device that was used to take these images of the documents, was that the same, would that have been the same device that the cameraman had used at the press conference, or is it more likely to be a different device? Or can you not say?
Falnuk,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
So the cameraman at the press conference had a professional camera. The device that was used to take the images of the documents spread out on the big table at the InFocus offices, would that have been the same device that the cameraman had used previously, or is it more likely to have been a different camera or device?
jó,
The camera that was used by the cameraman, he was responsible for that. Only he would use that. And he was not in the room, so the camera was not used.
These images taken by a second device, again, can you help us with this? If you can, please say, but digital images being taken or photographs being taken on old-fashioned film? Can you say, or not?
nuk kena pas
We did not have old devices, so it couldn't have been that of that type.
Can we look at another image? Just bear with me for a moment. ERN 102768, please, Madam Court Officer. And we're only looking at the top half of the first page, so the first image. Okay. And just to clarify, you said earlier on that all these articles are still on the internet, aren't they? They're still published and they're still available on the InFocus website, yes?
Unë nuk punoj më ato,
I don't work there anymore, but as far as I know, it has not been deleted.
Confirm it has. And if you look, please, Madam Court Officer, if we can put up DHG 0270, to have it alongside the document, the InFocus article that we had up a moment ago. And so have alongside that, please, DHG 0270. So just pause there. We're looking at the top of the page, the first image. Firstly, you can see there, it's the same article, and if you look at the timestamp on the top left-hand corner of the document with the DHG number, you can see there, 25th of October 21, 4:38. The same article is still on the InFocus website as you said, yes? And if you look at the colour photograph, it's a bit clearer in the version to the right. We can see the documents again, they're spread out on the table there. And you can just about make out at least 4 persons in the room, because you can see, going in a clockwise fashion from the top of the table, somebody with a orange or yellow t-shirt, yes? Somebody then in a white shirt, you can see his hand on the table. If you look down at the bottom right-hand corner of the image, you can see another hand just appearing in the corner of the image. And then it looks like there's another person to the left at about 9 o'clock on the clock face. Can you see that? Is that right, Mr. Barisha? I know that I'm going through, we can all see it, but if you can confirm it.
Yes, yes.
Papa.
And is
Yes.
this table the same table that we saw in the earlier images, or is this a different table?
Pošto nije to.
It's the same one.
And we can see there the 4 people. What are they doing? You were looking through the documents together?
Pošto se...
Yes, as I said earlier, it was the editorial team that was looking at the documents in this office.
This article, we can see, not in the black and white really, because the text is faded, but in the colour version, we can see that this article was published on 9th of September 2020 at 21:24 hours. Do you know when this image of the 4 people we can see were looking through the documents? Can you tell us when that image was taken?
I'm pretty sure that the picture was taken on the 7th of September because the documents were not in this room, spread out like this on any other days.
It looks like we can see... do you know who took this image?
Jónak mukitolt.
No, I don't remember.
There's a phone on the table, again using the clock face, at around about 10 o'clock. Is that right? Is that a phone?
Yes.
At least one other phone in the room down at about 7 or 8 o'clock on the clock face, the bottom left-hand corner.
Yes.
Like smartphones, would you agree or not? Or can you not say?
From what I can see here, they look like smartphones.
And of course, all these images publicly available on the InFocus website from the moment they were published, yes?
Say again?
Put them up on their website. They were publicly available for anyone to see, including investigators from the SPO, for example. Do you agree with that? Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
So you showed the documents to those 4 colleagues. Are the 4 colleagues in the image on the right, well, on both the left and right, are they the 4 colleagues you referred to as being round the table when discussing the documents in the big room? Or are they, can you not say who those 4 in that image are?
Prej kësaj fotografi,
I can't tell from the picture, but as far as I know, it was only the editorial team that was present there.
And that was 5 of you, yourself and 4 others.
po besoj që
Yes, I think that's the correct number.
Again, this may be difficult for you to answer, you may not be able to. But are you one of the 4 people in that image or not?
kam shumë dyshime.
Not one of the 2 that are on the right in the picture, but I think perhaps I am the person to the left, but I'm not very sure about that.
So the person whose hands, because you both hands holding some documents at about 9 o'clock on the clock face, that could be you, but you're not sure. So could it be that you took this photograph?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember.
So, obviously, if you don't remember, please say, but if you can't remember whether you took it or not, does that mean that you may have taken it, you may not have, you can't say one way or the other?
Po, sakt, nuk më kujtohet.
Yes, that's correct. I don't remember. I don't know.
In the foreground, on the table, there is well, it's like a white stick with a cable coming out of the end of it. And the cable's coiled up. And can you help us with what that is or not?
Po, kjo po duket.
It looks like a charger, a telephone charger.
So you return to InFocus and shared the documents with those 4 colleagues. And in your interview, obviously there were no redactions or anything on those documents. You didn't apply any redactions to them at that stage.
Përveç çdo dokument që kemi publik.
Every document that we published, we tried not to have in that document anything that could identify anyone, and redactions were made digitally, not physically.
I do follow that, and we'll come to look at some of the documents that you published, and we will look at those redactions. And again, for your assurance, neither the prosecutor or myself suggest you've done anything wrong, okay? But the documents that you shared with your 4 editorial colleagues at that stage, they were the documents as you brought them back. They were as you picked them up from the KLAWVA, yes?
Po.
Yes.
And one of the things you said that you were interested about in your interview with the prosecutor on the 25th of August was you were interested to know who was the person who delivered the documents, what was his story. Not the only thing you were interested in, but that was one of the things you were interested in when you were looking through those documents. Did you continue to investigate that issue or not?
Yes, we dealt with that issue for the time that these documents were being discussed. We dealt with that as well.
Can I ask you this discrete question? And if you can answer yes or no, please, in the first instance. Did you, in your investigations, ever identify the person who delivered the documents to the KLA-WVA headquarters?
No, never.
Now, you said you didn't attend the second press conference that took place on the 16th of September, but you did continue to report on these events. And can I ask us if we can look, please, at the article at 102766-ET. This is the translation of it. Just bear with me a moment, Mr. Berisha. I'm going to find the reference within this larger document. Can we look at page 102772 of that document? And this is one of the documents that you identified. Is this a document that you produced when you spoke to the prosecutor in an interview, or is this one of the documents that they showed to you? Do you recall or not?
No, I don't recall.
And the photocopy version on the left of the article itself, the date is unclear because of the way in which it's been copied.
If it assists, Your Honors, the date is clear on DHG 0279.
Again, I'm very grateful for Mr. Hallin, who's there before me with the defence document. So it is, if we pull that up, DHGO 279, please, just for a moment. So we can see there the same article. It's there on the InFocus website, looking at the timestamp at the top left, 25th of October 21. And as Mr. Hallen says, underneath the identity of the author yourself, there's the time and date, yes? And going back to the translation,
Your Honor, for the record, the documents that are currently on the screen were marked as P129 this morning.
thank you, Madam Court Officer. Now we can see there that you reported about 2 deliveries on the 7th September and then 9 days later on the 16th of September. Delivery of packages of documents in the middle of the page, the middle of the article. And you said there that you reported that leaders of the KLAWVA had complained that they appeared to have been monitored and were worried their communications being intercepted. Published a photo of a fast-moving car showing they were being followed, yes? Can you see that?
Porsche,
Yes, I can see that. I can see the article, yes.
In direct examination, all the contents of all the articles you published were true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief, yes?
exakt.
Correct.
Going back to the 7th of September then, we've looked at how yourself and the rest of the editorial team had spread the documents out on the big table and it had been looking through the material. And can we look please at 081364-081367-ET? And you reported, didn't you, that day, that the cooperation between special investigators and Serbian witnesses and officials was evident in these documents. Can you see that in the 3rd paragraph? This is, for the record, P125.2 ET, I think. Sorry, Mr. British, I interrupted. Can you explain why you reported on the cooperation between special investigators and Serbian witnesses and officials being evident in those documents?
Sepsis.
Because, as I explained earlier, a considerable part of the documents that were in our possession consisted of a correspondence, communication between SITF officials and prosecutors and other officials of Serbia.
And what was, in your view, the interest in publishing in that article? The fact that those documents made the cooperation between special investigators and Serbian witnesses and officials evident. Can you help us with that?
Well, for every article that was published, the opinion of the whole editorial team was taken into consideration. Our opinion was to publish this, although we were not sure about the authenticity and confidentiality of these documents. That was not mentioned in this correspondence, and as this confidentiality was not mentioned on that correspondence, it was in the public interest to report what these documents were about.
If we look at ERN 102780-ET,
Again, that is P129.
at page 102780. We get a translation of a document which, if we look at DHG 0311, that we can see, looking at the left, this is still publicly available in October, looking at the top left-hand corner, and although if we can focus in on where the author's name is, please, Madam Court Officer, we'll see there the time, 1708 on the 7th September 2020. Going back to the translation then, we can see that in the article, it refers at the 8th line down in the main body of the text. What do all these files distributed on Monday contain? Journalists from the Infocus editorial board viewed the files, which refer mainly to the cooperation between the investigative task force and the Serbian authorities to collect evidence regarding alleged crimes committed during the war, which are now being investigated by the special court. The documents show very clearly how the task force cooperated with the Serbian authorities, and they also contain correspondence in between them and exchange of letters. The system used here is mostly through requests to collect evidence given by former police officers and chiefs of police stations, with instruction to locate witnesses and to gather as much evidence as possible about the cases and alleged crimes. Just pause in there. That information came from the documents, did it?
Exakt.
Correct.
What was, why were you reporting specifically the information that requests to collect evidence given by former police officers and chiefs of police stations was? What was the interest in that? Can you explain or expand, please?
Well, I more or less explained this earlier when I said that when we inspected these documents, we suspected their authenticity and confidentiality, and we tried to report on them without breaching the confidentiality they might have had. Given the press conferences held by KLA WVA, as well as the time when they were held, this was something of interest for the citizens of Kosovo, what these documents were about. So we reported on them while keeping the confidentiality that we thought these documents had.
And I follow that. And again, I can reassure you, the SPO do not say you did anything wrong, and I do not say you did anything wrong. And I understand your position. There's no dispute about it. You did not publish anything confidential. But I want to ask you, if you can, just to expand on your reasoning. Mr. Coetzee, do...
I need 2 minutes, Your Honor. Pardon me? I need 2 minutes, my time. All right.
So, Mr. Berisha, if you can assist, can you just expand as to why, in your view, did you think the public would be interested to learn that the system was mostly through requests to collect evidence given by former Serbian police officers and Serbian chiefs of police stations?
If you allow me, because this answer could be longer than any other answer. We thought this was of public interest given the past of our nation, people of Kosovo. Maybe I'm young by age, but I experienced war as well. I was 6 years during the war. And at that time, my family, and other citizens were forced out of our apartment, of our house, and we were forced to travel to Albania. What I'm saying now is lighter compared to what others can say. As a 6-year-old, I had to walk to Albania without food, without water, and Serbian forces had put corpses of dead people on the way, and for me as a 6-year-old was horrifying. So this is a theme that is discussed on a daily basis in our parts, and that is why we thought that this was of public interest. Reporting on this issue was of public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Berisha. And in the article, we can see, carrying on with the English translation, that you went on to say that the article would show the mode of cooperation between the task force and Serbian authorities. In bold, it set out how did the cooperation between the task force and Serbian authorities work. And you wrote, we learned from the correspondence of these letters that a key role was played by virtually the Serbian entire state structures who set up working groups to collect facts about alleged crimes to supply the task force. Again, perhaps we can deal with this more briefly this time. That information came from the documents itself?
Exakt.
Correct.
In the public interest as you've just explained it to us?
Prosecutor.
Yes, because as I said, there are so many cases like this and people want to know about this.
You then continued. The task force was principally in contact with Vladimir Vukcevic, former chief war crimes prosecutor, but also Milovan Drecen, head of the working group looking for facts about war crimes. Again, can you assist with why you published? Well, firstly, that information, did that come from the documents itself?
I don't know if the name was misinterpreted, but it's Milovan Drecen. These were the documents, yes.
No doubt that's my fault in my pronunciation, so I apologize. And so that information came from the documents, and you published that. And can you explain again why it was, in your assessment, in the public interest to do so?
It was in the public interest to do so because these persons were high Serbian officials and were the persons that part of the people in Kosovo know due to their statements. So these were not private persons. Since they were mentioned in these documents, so we deemed it necessary to publish them, their identity.
You continued that the heads of the task force communicated directly with those two, Mr. Vukcevic and Mr. Drecen. Many of the communications between them show that the heads of the task force asked them for facts about various cases, previously given evidence, but also contact information and interviews arrangements for various people in Serbia. Again, did that information come from the documents?
Yes.
And again, can you set out why you published that information in the public interest?
The title of this news is what the 1,000 pages handed over to the KLA or WVA contains. So from those documents that we saw, most of them was of this nature. And we just showed what they contained.
And you did not publish the names of witnesses, but you did identify, we look in the middle of the page, that most of them were Serbs but also Albanian, Roma, Ashkali names as well. So, can you help us with this? Why you published that? Not the names, but the reference to Serb, Albanian, Roma, Ashkali.
Because as a journalist, as a media outlet, it's our mission to report on the truth to the extent we know it and to the extent we are able to report on it. So this was a truth mentioned there, and we try to report on that.
And you quoted, did you not, from 2 of the letters directly. About a third of the way up the page, we can see this quote: "Pursuant to the ongoing coordination between our offices, please find attached a list of persons that the EU Special Investigative Task Force would like to interview in the near future. Although the last known addresses of the concerned individuals are in Kosovo, I would be grateful if your office could provide current addresses, telephone numbers, and any other contact information that may assist in locating the mentioned persons, as it's believed that they have sought Serbian citizenship. Furthermore, I respectfully request copies of all previous statements provided by those individuals to the Serbian judicial and police authorities." End quote. Reads a communication dated 24th September 2014 from Kwai Hong Ip, head of the task force, to Vukcevic. That's reading directly from the article. Is that right? Yes?
Yes.
You published that on the website. Again, can you explain to us why you published that?
Kjo ka qenë
This was a factual statement from those documents translated into Albanian. This statement was placed in the article to prove what we wrote in the article, further up in the article.
And staying with the text, the article continued, "Below is a list of witnesses requested to be interviewed, which has been redacted for security reasons." And we will, at a later stage, look at the images themselves. But what you were doing there is you published the body of the text, but you redacted the names from the document that was put up on the screen. Yes?
Yes.
That was done digitally, the redaction, in the office? Yes?
Yes, yes.
After that you brought the documents back and you shared the document in full without redactions with your editorial colleagues. Yes?
Every article that was published came after discussions were held with the editorial team.
And in those discussions, the editorial team had the documents in their unredacted form, the redactions applied later, yes, before publication?
When we decided on what to publish, we also decided which pictures we will publish together with the text.
Who applied the redactions then to images?
This kind of reduction is very easy I don't remember exactly, but we do not have a special person who deals exclusively with this.
So it could have been anyone who was present in the office, any journalist, that is, professional colleague in the office that might have applied the redactions?
Paul,
Yes, what is certain is that reductions were not applied by somebody else only by someone who had seen these documents.
The article continued with a second quote. Can you look at the very bottom of the page? There is a reference in the article to a letter from the Serbian Parliamentary Committee on Kosovo and Metohija. Apologise for the pronunciation. Sent to the task force on the 17th of November 2015. Open quotation marks, I would like to inform you the Committee on Kosovo and Metohija at its meeting held on the 19th of October 2015 has endorsed a decision establishing the working group for gathering facts and evidence in elucidation of the crimes committed against members of the Serbian people and other ethnic communities in Kosovo and Metohija. The working group believes that it can contribute to the successful work of the Special Investigative Task Force and is looking forward to future cooperation. Why were you reporting on that quotation? Can you help us with that, please?
Paul,
There are many reasons for that. One of the reasons is that each Kosovan citizen born before 1996 or 1995, they know about the crimes that the Serbs committed in Kosovo. And in spite of the fact that Kosovo now is an independent nation, here the text uses the words Kosovo and Metohija, which is not the correct term. And these terms have been used in a document or a statement by Serbian officials. And this document was not marked as confidential. And this relates to the alleged crimes that allegedly Albanians committed, and we thought that this was in the public interest to know.
Thank you, Mr. Berisha. Can we look, please, at (081361) to 081363, which is the original article, and then the translation, which is 081361 to 081362, I think, -ET.
and for purposes of record, that is P125, and the translation is P125 ET.1.
I'm very grateful, thank you. Taking this slightly out of the chronology, in that if we look at the article itself on the left-hand side, we can see that you authored this on the 7th September, but slightly earlier than the document we've just looked at. Is that right? 1503 hours.
Pa.
Yes.
And we can see in the middle of the first page, there is a image of a letter. Do you know when that image was taken?
Sadion.
As far as I know, all the photos that were published, everything was published on the 7th of September, on the day that we looked at the documents.
Zoom in on that letter, please, Madam Court Usher. And do we know if this was an image that was taken by the cameraman at the original scene of the press conference, or whether it was taken subsequently at the InFocus offices, or can you not say?
Jam goxha I sigurt që është bën.
I am sure that it was taken at the office.
But not sure about who or on what device? And it's then uploaded, is it, to the InFocus? Well, let me take a step back. How are the web pages actually put together? How are they constructed, and who does that?
Nuk e kam qartë pyetjen.
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
As a journalist, presumably your main task is to write the text for the article and identify which pictures to use in the text. But then, once the journalist has authored the text and selected the images, somebody has to put it up onto a web page. Can you help us with that process? Who puts it up on a web page, and how do they do that?
Po, kjo është një.
Yes, this is a very simple process. We use an online product which is called WordPress, and you can publish the articles, texts, photographs through WordPress. And each journalist who writes the article publishes their own article in that way.
And so if somebody has taken a photograph that a journalist wants to use in an article online, the person who took the photograph needs to pass the file over to the person who's going to upload it onto the web page as part of their article. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
As you said, you don't use film anymore for obvious reasons. Images are taken digitally. So someone has to pass a digital file from the person who took the photo on whatever device it was, a camera or a phone or a video camera, pass that digital file to the journalist to then upload onto the system. Yes?
Jo, domosdoshmërisht.
Not necessarily. because all the journalists and media workers have access to that online product I mentioned, WordPress. So every time a photo is uploaded, other persons have access to that photo, people who want to publish a certain text.
Before you make the article go live on the internet, the person who took the image has to upload to a system the image, the file, and then anyone who's a journalist who's got access to that system can then access the file and put it into their article and send the article live on the web page, yes?
Exakt.
Correct.
And in the text then, we can see that you reported the headline exclusive, how the special court requested evidence from Serbia against Adam Jashari, Hashim Thaci, Samilush Taku, Recep Salimi and others. In Focus newspaper has secured evidence by which the Special Investigative Task Force, under the framework of the Special Court, is suspected of requesting evidence and testimonies from Serbia against Adam Jashari, Hashim Thaci, Samilush Taku, Recep Salimi and others. Again, can you assist us with this? Why was that, in your assessment, in the public interest to publish?
Yes. At that time, the indictment against the then President Hashim Thaci and other people was mentioned, but it was never mentioned that evidence is being sought against Kosovo's hero, Adem Jashari. So when we saw this in these documents, we thought this was in the public interest to know about, because Adem Jashari at that time had been killed by the Serbian forces. And I believe Kosovo citizens were expecting evidence to be collected against those who killed Adem Jashari and not on Adem Jashari.
Thank you. And the article continued, referring to a letter of the lead prosecutor, David Schwendeman, addressed to the former war crimes prosecutor, Vladimir Vukcevic, requesting documentation from Serbia, and then quoted, pursuant to the ongoing coordination of our offices, and further to our meeting of the 1st of June 2015, I respectfully request that your office provides us with copies of related cases to terrorism by the organised armed groups committed by the Kosovar Albanians during 1981 to 1999, including criminal offences contained in Chapter 15 of the Criminal Code of SFRY. We request the following documents: indictments, judgments of the first and second instance court, including those of the Supreme Court. Can we just look at the second page briefly? Maybe we don't need to. I'll continue. Again, still quoting, I think, in the article. Furthermore, we kindly request that the first documentation should be related to the case of, there's a redaction, tried in Pristina District Court against the following individuals: Besim Rama, Idris Aslani, Adam Jashari, Jacob Noura, Fadil Kadriou, Nuruddin Lushtako, Sahit Jashari, Hashim Thaci, Sami Lushtako, Recep Salimi et al. And you closed the quotes and referred to the photo, which we'll look at in a minute. So just pause in there. You redacted the name of the old case that was referred to, is that right? Yes?
Pa.
Yes.
The rest you quoted directly from the letter. Again, can you assist us with why, in your assessment, or why you quoted that part of the letter in the public interest?
Punkten
Yes, I would continue the same thing that I said earlier. Adam Yashari and over 50 members of his family, including young infants, were massacred by the Serb forces. So we, as citizens and journalists, expect that evidence be collected against those who committed that massacre. And it was very strange to us that facts are being collected on Adem Yashari in the context of organized terrorism and armed terrorism.
Thank you. If we look at the image then of the document, perhaps reduce it slightly, Madam Court Officer. Thank you. We can see that this was an image. The document at the top left corner has the logo SITF on it, yes? And you didn't redact that logo, did you?
Yeah.
No.
Question sounds trite, but there was no reason you saw to redact the logo of the SITF from that document?
Jo, nog
There was no reason, according to us as an editorial team, because this is an agency, an organization, I don't know what to call it, but it's not a secret organization. It was a well-known organization, and we thought it was useful to know who is writing these letters. As I mentioned, we had doubts about the authenticity of these documents and what their confidentiality status was.
Then we can see that there is an electronic redaction applied to a line at the top of the document. Without giving us the details, can you remember what that line is or not?
I don't remember the first line, while the other two, I think it's a case number.
The old case that was referred to in the body of the text as redacted, yes? But at the time, when this image was taken, those redactions weren't in place, it was a document in full?
Yes, these were done digitally.
Whoever did that, somebody had the document in full, applied the redaction, and then it's been uploaded to the system. I'll correct that. Presumably it's uploaded, the image is uploaded to the system before the redaction is put on?
No, because the system can hold a finite number of documents or photos that it can hold. So we try not to upload unnecessary documents or photos, and in this case we only upload the redacted versions because of that reason.
Before the redactions are applied to it, In what format is that file held? Is it on a USB stick or on somebody's hard drive on their computer? How is it, what is it stored on before the redactions are put onto it?
Usually, when we have such documents that need to be redacted, this is mainly done by the journalist who writes the text. The journalist informs the editor when he is uploading the document and when he removes the document from the system. So this is most of the time done by the journalist, but there is no set way of doing things. It could be a USB stick or via messages.
And when you say messages, do you mean emails, or do you mean WhatsApp messages or text?
No, as the fastest way to do this is to, in their own social media, they send the message to themselves, sending the photograph, so that the same person has access to that document and not anybody else.
Can we look, please, then, at the first email you sent to the SPO after publishing those 2 articles? And this is, I think, P98.1, ERN 091909 to 091917 is the main body, and we're looking specifically at pages 091915. Onwards. Thank you. So following publication of those 2 articles, you sent an email to Christopher Bennett, who is at the SPO. He's handles public inquiries. Is that right? To your knowledge, or do you not know?
Yes, that's right.
And you said you drafted this document, this email, and then before sending it, the rest of the editors' team cast an eye over it, did they?
Yes, correct.
And do you know if they made it, were there any changes made to the draft that you'd come up with after the editorial team discussing, or can you not recall?
I don't remember exactly, but we act according to a rule that if a material is edited by somebody, the text is changed somewhat in order to be in the best shape possible.
As a general rule, but we don't know whether this document had any changes from the draft that you proposed.
I can't answer this exactly, but I believe that it was changed.
Do you recall in what way or not?
No.
the time it's sent, all 5 members of the editorial team are happy with its terms. Is that right?
Paul.
Yes, yes.
And you wrote, subject, question from Gazzetta in Focus. Dear Mr. Bennett, today in Kosovo, an unknown person handed thousands of records and documents to the Organisation of War Veterans-KLA. You then referred to description of the content, in part, and the nationality of or ethnicity of witnesses, and you asked, we wanted to ask you, are you aware of these information leaks, and will those documents now handed to different journalists harm investigations? Are you investigating the leakage of documents? And what will happen if those non-edited documents are published from media outlets? So, again, and let me reassure you, I make no criticism of you, and the SPO agreed you've done nothing wrong, but I just want to clarify a couple of matters. Firstly, the reply you received from that email was no comment. Is that right?
Po, më shkruaj një përgjigje.
Yes, I received a reply that neither confirmed or denied.
Keep this document on the screen, perhaps reduce it and put it to the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, pull up the document within ERN 102766-102780-ET. And go to page 102777 of that. We can see that in the body of the article on the right-hand side, which was published slightly later that day, the only response from the SPO, it's quoted in the article, isn't it? Open quotations, thank you for the communication. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office will not comment. Close quotations. That was the brief reply to In Focus your article said, yes?
Po.
Yes.
All right. Is that a convenient moment to break? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Court usher, please escort the witness out of the courtroom. Mr. Berisha. Oops. Mr. Berisha, please be back here at 2:30 for further testimony. And do not talk to anyone except your lawyer during the break about your testimony. Understood?
Po.
Okay.
Faleminderit.
Yes, Your Honor.
We will adjourn until 2:30.
All right. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Musher, you could please bring in the witness. Mr. Reese, can you give us a hint about time frame for the balance of your cross?
I'll be finished with it within half an hour.
Half hour? Okay, thank you.
Very brief.
Mr. Barisha, we will continue with the cross-examination. Mr. Reese is still engaged in that, and then we will have some other questions from other people. Mr. Reese, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honour. So we just dealt with the first email that you sent to the SPO, and the reply, which we don't have, but you quoted in an article, which was that the SPO would not comment. And we saw in direct examination that you continue to print some articles in the meantime, including, can we look please, Madam Court Officer, at ERN 102766 to 102780-ET, which we have on the screen at page 102767. So this was a further article published by yourself, Mr. Barisha. We can see you there as the author. And this is now the 9th of September, so some second day after the day on which the first press conference was held. At 11:56, you printed an article stating that ULEX had said they had nothing to do with the reception of secret files by the KLA-WVA. So you'd had information that ULEX had ruled out playing any part in how the documents had arrived at the KLA-WVA, yes?
Paul.
Yes.
But as we see later on in the text, the SPO had refused to comment, and they still hadn't, by the date of your article, 11:56 on the 9th of September. Is that right?
Paul perhaps can comment.
Yes, they did not comment.
Later the same day, you sent a further email, which is at 091917, please. Thank you.
For the record, that's P98 MFI.
I'm grateful, thank you. And we can see that 1557 on the 9th of September, you again emailed Christopher Bennett. And you set out in the third paragraph of that email that you were letting the SPO know that you had a copy of the documents. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
You hadn't said that in the first email, but you've said it there on the 9th of September in the second email, and you have said that there were a lot of medias requested the documents. And you meant, did you, a lot of colleagues in the media requested to see the documents that you had, yes?
Exakt.
Correct.
And although in the email of the 7th of September, you would not set out that you had a copy of the documents, of course, you weren't hiding anything because you made that publicly clear in the articles that In Focus had published that day. Is that right?
Nen film.
Initially, we sent immediately an email to the SPO office to ask about the documents, but on the same day when we published the document, we said that we had the copies, so there was nothing to hide. The aim of the first email was to find out whether the SPO was aware about the documents that we had.
Well, we have the earlier email, and we don't need to, perhaps to look back at it. We've already done that. And you said that a lot of medias were requesting the documents. Can you recall now which agencies or colleagues from other agencies you had spoken to, if anyone, about that?
Not only in this case, maybe I have to explain it in more detail, not only in this case, but always when a media has a material that is not in possession of other media, then there's an opportunity for cooperation with the other media outlets. However, about these issues, you ask for permission the highest person in the media hierarchy. It's not the journalists or the editors who take such a decision. We spoke with the editorial team of the In Focus newspaper, and we decided not to distribute these documents to other medias. Personally, I don't remember to have had a request from another media to share the documents with them. But as I said, these decisions were taken from the top.
I follow. So you were made aware that other colleagues of yours on the editorial team at In Focus had received requests from other agencies. You don't recall receiving a request yourself?
I don't remember because I was very busy with these documents, and I did not answer my phones even when I was called by family members.
And it was later that day, was it, that you were contacted by two investigators from the SPO?
I'm not quite certain if it was later that day or the day after, but it was in this period that I was contacted by them.
And two investigators attended at the InFocus offices, is that right?
Pa.
Yes.
And we've got a copy of what's described as a delivery document. It's at page 078569. This is P100, I think. And have you seen this document before you started giving evidence? Is that your signature on it, for example?
Pa, nekem nincs róka.
Yes, it's my signature on this document.
And what we can see as recorded as the content that the document refers to is documents from KLA-WVAS.
Pa.
Yes.
So the investigators took documents from the KLA-WVAS. They didn't take any electronic data, any USB stick or any cameras or anything like that?
Jó, hát túsz.
No, the investigators took the documents that were there, the documents that we had, the entire file.
They didn't ask about any electronic data or devices. They just wanted the hard copy document.
As far as I remember, they did not ask for electronic documents.
And you were asked in direct examination whether any document might have been added or removed during the days in which the documents were at the offices. And you said, to your knowledge, no. But it's right, isn't it, as the point you made in your interview on the 25th of August 2021 with the prosecutor, as you said in that interview, you did not stay 24 hours in the office, in the InFocus offices, of course. Is that right? Do you remember saying that in the interview?
Pa.
Yes, yes.
You know there were no other copies made, but you can't, of course, exclude the possibility because you were not in the office 24 hours a day. Is that right?
Exakt.
Correct.
Same in relation to your answer about whether another copy was made. To your knowledge, no other copy made, but you weren't in the office for 24 hours, so you cannot exclude the possibility. Do you agree with that?
Exakt.
Correct.
And after the investigators had gone, it's right that InFocus did continue to publish articles on this topic, including, if we look at the article itself at ERN 102768. And if we look, please, at the version at DHG0270. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. In the version that's still online, you can see there, 25th of October 21, we can see the date and time, which is not legible on the black and white copy. We can see that article was published 24 hours on the 9th of September, so after the investigators had left. Or is that while they were still there?
Your text.
No, this text was published after they had left, the investigators.
And we can see again, I repeat, no criticism from me for doing this, but we can see that in that article, after they left, you again published images of at least some of the documents, including a larger document. This time, we can see the documents, the original documents on the table, on the desk, in the top image, and we can see the delivery document itself in this article. And then, again, if we can go now, please, to 102778 on the left-hand side. And DHG0297. And again, it's the same article, the one that you produced during the course of the interview, and also still available on the internet, as we see the timestamp at the top, and underneath the image at the top of the page, the reference to the time that it was published, 17:21 hours, this time on the 16th of September. And again, another reproduction of the images of the documents on the desk. Can we finally go back, I'm afraid, there was one aspect that I missed earlier, to the document at 102780. And that's obviously copied in small text, so difficult to read and make out. But we can look at DHG 0305. And we can see there, can't we? It's the same article in colour, still available on the 25th of October 2021. And we can see there in the headline, there was an image that had, below the headline, an image that had 4 documents set out, yes?
Pa.
Yes.
Down both documents, we can see that there was, if you scroll down again, please, Madam Court Usher, on the right-hand side. Just pause there. We can see that in this article, and again, if you scroll the left-hand black and white version down, slightly, Madam Court Officer, please. There we are, thank you. We can see that in the article was a reproduction without redaction of a letter. It's got the SITF logo at the top. There has been the imposition of the word in focus over the top part of the page, but doesn't appear to be over the text. Do you agree?
Pa.
Yes.
To the Republic of Serbia, Office of War Crimes Prosecutor, attention Mr. Vladimir Vucevic. Dear Mr. Vucevic, coordination request number 63. Pursuant to the ongoing coordination between our offices attached, please find a list of persons that the EU/Special Investigation Task Force, SITF, would like to interview as witnesses in the near future. Although the last known addresses of the concerned individual...
Interpreters kindly ask the speaker to read slowly when quoting the text. Thank you very much.
I convey my apologies to the interpreters. I will start again from that paragraph, reading slowly. Although the last known addresses of the concerned individuals are in Kosovo, I should be grateful if your office could provide current addresses, telephone numbers, and any other contact information that may assist in locating the persons named in the attached list, as it is believed they have sought residence cards or Serbian citizenship. Furthermore, I respectfully request copies of all previous statements provided by those individuals to Serbian judicial and police authorities. I look forward to continuing our ongoing cooperation. Sincerely, then there is a reproduction of a signature above the name Kwai Hong Ip, Acting Lead Prosecutor, Special Investigative Task Force. Just pause there. You've published that letter in full. Can you set out why, in your assessment, it was in the public interest to do so?
First of all, to show what we had mentioned in the text of the article, that is, that there were correspondences of this nature between SITF and Serbian officials. So this was to prove with the photograph the text, what was contained in the text of the article.
And you set out earlier your answers about cooperation between the SITF and the Serbian authorities. And the letter at the bottom refers to an attachment. Can you see that at the bottom of the letter? It has the words attachment, open square brackets, confidential, close square brackets, list of witnesses dated 24/09/2014. But you did not attach the list of witnesses in the article, is that right?
No, we did not publish it.
What we can see is that the letter doesn't claim to be confidential. There's a reference to a list of witnesses being confidential. And if we scroll down, please, in the article, on both versions, pause there, please, on the left. And if we scroll down, sorry, go to the next page on the right. And if we can zoom in, please, on the top image. And again on the left-hand side as well. So again, we can see the same document. It's not clear on the small print version that was produced in the interview, but on the right-hand side, the version that's still there on the internet, as you said, we can see there this time an image of another document with the SITF logo. Yes.
Yes.
It has on the right-hand side at the top, Republic of Serbia, Office of the War Crimes Prosecutor. Then it reads, Dear Mr. Vukcevic, coordination request number 120. Pursuant to the ongoing coordination between our offices, the EU Special Investigative Task Force, SITF, hereby seeks your assistance in locating and providing contact details for the individuals listed in the table below. Based on our most recent information, all of these individuals are currently residing in Kosovo. However, in the past 3 years, they have provided information to MUP officials, namely Dusan Dragovic in Jagodina. And then there's a table that has 3 rows. It has 7 columns. And the entries in those rows and columns is blanked out by the word in focus, yes?
Yes, we took care that everything was redacted and could not be seen what actually was written.
Before we continue with the rest of that copy of the document, you have, as we've just seen, referred to those individuals in the past 3 years providing information to MUP officials, namely Dusan Dragovic in Jagodina. Can you help us with why, in your assessment, you were reporting on the fact that those unnamed individuals had provided information to Dusan Dragovic in Jagodina?
This was decided by the editorial team, that is, to publish it in a redacted form for several reasons. First of all, not to publish their names and the personal details of the persons listed. Secondly, to prove what was contained in the text of the article.
But you have referred to the name of Dusan Dragovic. Can you help us as to why, in your assessment, it was in the public interest to print, to publish that information in relation to Dusan Dragovic?
The name of Dusan Dragovic is not a name that I heard before. I do not know who this person is. However, it is publicly known that even after the declaration of independence of Kosovo, members of the Serbian MUP continue to be present in Kosovo illegally. So this was of public interest.
If we scroll down the page, please, to the next image. We can see there, it's not entirely clear what that is, but it looks like there's a continuation of the table with, again, the contents of a table being redacted. And if we then scroll down to one last page, so scroll down on the right-hand side and go to the next page on the, next page on the right-hand side, scroll down on the left, indeed.
What we see on the screen is the last page of the left.
Let me just check one matter. Do you recall that in the translation of this article, we saw that there was a quote, was there not, from a letter to the Serbian Parliamentary Committee on Kosovo Metohija, sent to the task force on the 17th of November 2015. Do you recall us discussing that before lunch?
Paul?
Yes?
In the article itself, there was the letter reproduced in full, wasn't there? Which we can see on the website, 25th of October 2021, on the right-hand side in DHGO 308, yes?
Excuse me, can you please repeat your question?
In the article that was published that was entitled, "What do the thousands of pages from the special court files delivered to the KLA WVA contain?" At the end of that article, you quoted from and reproduced the letter from the Serbian Parliamentary Committee on Kosovo and Metohija, sent to the task force on 17th of November 2015. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
See that letter reproduced in full. It's still in the article on the website in DHG 0308.
Yes.
Redactions applied to it. In fact, it may assist if we can have a look at DHGO 314. It's the same page. And so we can see there's an even better version. It's the document in full, and it's that document that you quoted from in the body of the article itself, completed by the chairman of the working group, Mr. Milovan Drecen. Is that right?
Common feature script, po nuk jam shumë
It is possible this is the one, but I'm not sure whether we were citing from exactly this document.
Article, which if we can have on the left-hand side page, document 102766-102780-E8 at 102780. So we can see that the letter is in English itself, yes? So we look at the letter on the right-hand side. It's printed in English, is it not?
Po.
Yes.
The content of it then translated into Albanian, and then translated back into English by for the purposes of these proceedings in the document on the left. So although the words in the English translation of the Albanian don't match exactly the words in English, it's close enough. You can see the date on the letter is the 17th of November 2015. Can you see that? If you look at the letter itself on the 17th of November 2015 underneath.
Po.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
The English translation of the Albanian article. We can see the reference at the bottom of the page to the letter dated the 17th November 2015.
Po, saktë.
And
Yes, correct.
follow the translation of the Albanian in the left. I'll read from the English original. I would hereby like to inform you that the Committee on Kosovo and Metohija, at its meeting held on the 19th of October 2015, has
Could counsel please slow down?
has endorsed a decision establishing the working group for gathering facts and evidence in elucidation of the crimes committed against members of the Serbian people and other ethnic communities in Kosovo and Metohija. The working group believes that it can contribute to successful work of the Special Investigative Task Force and is looking forward to their future cooperation. Also, we believe that we will establish successful relations and cooperation aimed at revelation of crimes committed by the so-called UCK. Please find enclosed the decision establishing the working group. And that's then Mark Sincelian typed at the bottom as chairman of the working group, Mr. Milovan Drechen. So it's the letter that was referred to in the article, is that right? And you've already dealt with the public interest in publication thereof.
Påkjørst.
Yes, that's the one.
Berisha.
Mr. Cadman, your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Berisha.
Judita.
Good afternoon.
First of all, as you've already heard from the prosecutor and you've heard from Mr. Rees, nothing that I say should be interpreted in any way in suggesting that anything that you've done is wrong and that you should be in any way concerned. I note that you've said that you're not happy to be here, and on behalf of Mr. Haradinaj, I am just going to ask you a few questions of clarification. You've said that you were informed of the press conference on the morning of the 7th of September. When you arrived, you were one of the first journalists to be there, that's correct?
Påstå sagt.
Yes, that's correct.
You remained there throughout the press conference with your cameraman who filmed the event.
På.
Yes.
You've said at the conclusion of the press conference, you approached the table where the documents were, and you've confirmed that there are a number of people there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cadman, put something at the end to let him know it's a question.
As you approached the table, you requested to take a hold of a number of those documents, and you've said that you requested to have the whole batch. That's correct?
I did not mention any amount of documents. I asked whether I could take some of the documents in order to be able to see what they contained.
That you took a significant number of those documents, whilst you can't recall precisely, as I would not expect, you estimated that they were in the region of 1,000 pages. Is that correct?
Exakt.
Correct.
Is it right that at the time you collected those documents, there were a number of other journalists there as well?
På kapas.
Yes, there were other journalists.
That there was around 10 journalists in total.
Påstå sen.
Yes, approximately.
When you asked for, when you took hold of a copy of those documents, there was a discussion amongst the other journalists, because of course they wanted to have copies as well. Is that correct?
Yes, I heard that there were such discussions going on.
You were told at that stage that certainly at the WVA, they would not make copies for you. Is that correct?
I was told that they had had the documents in their possession for a very short time, so they didn't have time to make many copies.
At that time that they were going to make copies for you at that point.
No, there wasn't. I didn't hear anyone say anything about other copies.
You collected the documents. It was made clear that if the other journalists wanted copies, they should get those copies from you.
I was told that if documents were asked of me, then I could distribute them to other journalists.
After you took hold of those documents, you said that you requested, due to the size, for them to be put in a bag. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. A plastic bag, something to carry them in.
Up until that point, or at least at no stage during your time at the WVA on that day, did anyone give you any instructions on what you should do with those documents?
There were no instructions except what I said earlier. If other media were going to ask me to give them documents, I should cooperate with them.
You then sat for a short while in the coffee room at the WVA before you then finally departed to take those documents to your office. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the time that you were in the coffee shop, as we have heard, no instructions were given to you as to what you should do.
No, there were no instructions.
At some point later that day, as we've heard, you contacted the SPO with a request that they confirm the authenticity and or confidentiality of those documents.
Yes, we contacted the SPO and asked them in relation to these documents.
And then you contacted them again due to the fact that they had not... Let me go back for a moment. You didn't receive any reply as to the question that you'd put to them, as we've already heard.
Christopher Bennett replied, but the reply was we cannot comment on these issues.
Again, on the 9th of September, informing them that you had a copy of those documents and that other media wanted to have copies of them. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also said today that following on from that exchange, you were contacted at some point by telephone. You couldn't remember exactly when that was, but you've said that the SBO contacted you by telephone and that somebody would be in contact with you following that telephone call. That's correct.
Po.
Yes.
Was in contact with you following that call until August of this year.
Io not.
No, I was contacted by the investigators of the Specialist Prosecutor Office, the ones who came and recovered the documents.
On the 9th of September, actually earlier you said you were not sure the exact date, but it was following the email that you sent.
Po.
Yes.
Done it correctly, there was a further telephone call after that.
Po.
Yes. After the documents were taken by the investigators, I don't remember the exact date that happened. I received another phone call by the SBO asking me to meet them.
As you said earlier, there was no follow-up to that telephone call, is that correct?
Your Honors, could we specify the time frame here with a little more precision?
So, just for clarity, Mr. Berisha, after the 9th of September, you were contacted by telephone, as you've said, by the SBO. Do you recall when that was?
Io nuk e mbaj.
No, I don't remember the date.
Of the 9th?
Më sa
No, I think it was weeks. But as I said, I can't give you a date. I'm having trouble remembering it now.
Okay, so possibly several weeks after you met the investigators on the 9th of September, you received a telephone call from the SBO, and you're now confirming, or please confirm, that there was no further contact from the SBO until you were contacted in August of this year.
Ka pas telefon.
There was another phone call at that period.
Në këtë periudhën prej 9.
In the period from the 9th of September to August 2021, there was another phone call by the SPO.
Phone calls you received.
Nëse më sqaru pak më.
I'd like to explain it. Initially, I was contacted by the SPO, and they asked me whether some investigators could come to get the documents. I can't remember how long it was after that when I was contacted by the SPO, asking me to meet up with them to discuss the case of the documents. They asked me to meet up with them on certain days. I wasn't able to meet them. I wasn't available, so we discussed to meet up with them, not to meet up with them, but they would contact me over the weekend, but they didn't. And after that, I did not have any contact with them until August.
Until August of this year?
Po.
Yes.
Was there any reason ever given to you why there was such a delay between your contact, the first contact, or shall we say the second call that you received, and the contact that you had in August of this year?
Jo, as nuk.
No, I was not given any explanation, but I didn't ask for any, to be fair.
I'm very grateful for your time. I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman. Anything from the prosecution at all?
Thank you.
Questions. We did have one proposal for the trial panel's consideration. During the Gucati defense's examination, they were using two documents with DHG ERNs. They are enhanced scans of P129, and we see no reason why they can't also be admitted into evidence as decimals of P129. So we tender them.
Appropriate for
I
you
agree,
all?
and I'm grateful to Mr. Hannon for the suggestion.
Okay, we'll give them point 1 and point 2.
Thank you, Your Honors. And for the record, the full ERNs are DHG 0251 to DHG 0310, and that would be P129.1, and DHG 0311 to DHG 0317. The first of those exhibits would be confidential for the reasons explained previously, and the second of those ERNs would be public.
Your Honor. Sorry. If it makes a difference,
Microphone for the judge, please.
we uploaded to the presentation queue. It was a bundle of clearer reproductions of the exhibits that Mr. Hanning had adduced. It begins DHG 0251 and runs through to DHG 0317. I'd suggest that it become a single exhibit with a single exhibit number.
We certainly have no objection to that. The combined exhibit would be confidential for the reasons discussed previously.
At least for now.
At least for now.
And so you want to give it a wholly new number? Is that your suggestion? Not making not making it attached to another number, but its own separate number?
Yes.
What number would that be?
Yes.
Defense.
Your Honors, that would be 1D2.
Madam Usher, you can escort the witness from the courtroom. We are finished. Mr. Barisha, thank you, Mr. Barisha, thank you for being with us, for your candor in answering the questions, and we wish you well.
If I'm allowed, Your Honor, to add something in relation to the public interest of the citizens and our decision to publish those documents.
Your testimony is finished, Mr. Barisha, and those questions were asked. Your testimony is finished, and those questions were asked, and you gave an answer to them several times. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge Mitro had a question for you, Mr. Rees.
Thank you, Judge Smith. And Mr. Rees, I've followed your cross-examination of this witness with some interest, and I understand it to be part of your case that your client acted in the way he did in pursuance of a public interest. Is that right?
It is.
And I also understand that it is a part of your case that your client was tricked, incited, or entrapped into doing what he did. And my question is simply for our own understanding of what your position is on this. Are you saying that the two propositions of acting in pursuance of public interest and the suggestion of entrapment are not inconsistent with each other, or is your position that these arguments are advanced in the alternative? In other words, if the panel were not to accept the claim of entrapment, we would then have to turn to the question of public interest. Could you help us with that?
Our case is that Mr. Gucati acted in the way that he did in the public interest. We will submit that his actions and his conduct did not amount to a criminal offence. If the trial panel is against us on that point, we say that he acted following incitement from others. And as we have raised, it is an issue in the case as to who incited. We will say that there will be clear evidence of incitement. The only issue, as far as a plea of police incitement is concerned, is who was involved in that incitement.
So, if I understand you well, we will have, in the order in which you will offer these two defenses or arguments, we will have to consider first the issue of public interest and then the claim of entrapment, correct?
We will submit in the first instance, the trial panel will wish to consider what actions Mr. Gucati took, to consider whether that amounted to a criminal offence. We will submit that his actions did not. Part of those submissions will involve reference to the public interest. If the trial panel is against us on that, having made decisions, findings of fact as to his actions, then we will ask the trial panel to also look at why he acted, not in terms of public interest, but what preceded it. Was there incitement? And we'll say that the panel will have clear evidence that he was incited so to act. The question for a plea of police incitement will be who was involved in that incitement. That is how we put it.
I'm grateful, Mr. Rees. Can you ask you, Mr. Cadman, whether your position is similar to that of Mr. Rees?
I would say it's identical to that. It's the position that we've put forward, which I hope that we've put forward clearly since the outset of these proceedings. And certainly it will be the case that is put forward as part of the defence.
I'm grateful.
Microphone.
Commence again tomorrow at 9:30. We will take up the issue of the MFI documents, and following that, we will be in a position to take the next witness.
Your Honour, there is, just looking ahead to tomorrow, there is, of course, the disclosure issue that we have raised. We had, when we corresponded with the SPO yesterday, following the procedure that's been followed thus far, attempting to resolve matters on an inter-party basis, we had indicated that we sought, despite the fact that we were deprived of a Rule 1023 notice dealing with relevant material associated with the three new matters. I don't concede they're new at all, but I hope the trial panel will follow me. They're referred to as three new matters following the witness preparation session in relation to W04842. And we raised those requests that we deemed to be material to the preparation of the defence, under Rule 102.3 as a matter of urgency. And in the email, we requested for those materials, to the extent they exist, to be provided to us, but that if the SPO challenged materiality under Rule 102.3, they were to provide us with a Rule 102.3 notice update and seize the panel with those matters. We haven't had a response in accordance with the rules to that correspondence, other than to say they're not going to make disclosure. But they have not indicated that they challenge materiality or that they will seize the panel of these matters, in which case it follows, it seems to us, under Rule 102.3, they either make such disclosure of material that's in their possession, or they prepare Rule 102.3 notice and seize the panel. We would wish for these matters to be dealt with before the witness begins.
Okay, thank you. SPO, do you have a response to this?
Yes, Your Honor. I said some of it this morning, that this request in our assessment is untimely and overly broad. 11th hour motions of the kind that we're talking about, and, by the way, like the request to file formal declarations following witness preparation sessions that was rejected this morning, these kinds of motions make the witness preparation procedure adopted by the trial panel unworkable. We are asking that this request be dismissed in limine pursuant to Article 40, Paragraph 2 of the law for the reasons previously indicated, such that W04842 can commence his testimony tomorrow as envisaged. This matter can be revisited if and when procedural fairness demands. We would also note in this regard that the witness is the best source on the matters that the defense seeks to address, and he can be cross-examined when he appears.
Thank you.
Can I respond briefly?
Briefly.
The proposition that our request is untimely, I find, frankly, takes my breath away. When we are in circumstances where the SPO, as long ago as the beginning of this year, rejected attempts to enter into discussions, timely, sensible discussions about the scope of the SPO's case, including, for example, how they would seek to prove the elements with which they wish to adduce evidence from this witness from now. They steadfastly refused to engage in those discussions and set out their stall, saying they were nailing their colours to the mast and were going to rely on official witness contact notes that would be produced, and belatedly admission sought through a bar table motion. That bar table motion in relation to witness contact notes was refused. And it was refused as long ago as the 29th of September. And in that refusal, the trial panel raised that that was without prejudice to the SPO calling for a limited purpose a witness who had direct knowledge and had authored some of the contact notes with a view to giving evidence as to, in effect, the efforts and time involved in those few witness contact notes. We subsequently received the indication in the list of exhibits that the SPO seek to rely on with this one witness, reference to numerous contact notes that they wish to adduce through this witness, of which he is neither the author nor indeed involved at all in those events, outside the scope, the limited area identified in the decision refusing admission of the witness contact notes in the bar table.
Mr. Rees, we have that matter before us, and we will rule on it tomorrow.
I'm grateful, but
I don't know that we need to go through all this, though. As
Well-
I'm telling you, we understand your position.
But if the trial panel rejects the proposition that our disclosure request, when we are trying to deal with matters which we have submitted are of real uncertainty to us, as untimely, that I'm grateful and I will sit down and I will not take up any further time of the trial panel. If that is the case, I'm quite happy to leave it there for the moment.
Finish what you have, but let's just make it a reasonable period of time.
Well, we have been trying to deal with a prosecution that has not put its ducks in a row at an early stage and instead has refused to nail its colours to a mast, which when it's been taken down, they seek to deal with informally and putting us in a difficult position. We have sought to raise disclosure. We've asked for the witness statement. I understand the trial panel's ruled on that. We have done our best to identify what reasonable disclosure we would need, working on the basis that all we will get from the witness is nothing at all as to the further testimony, but a summary in 3 paragraphs from Mr. James Patchey as to what the witness might say, or the areas. We have not had a Rule 1023 notice. It's clear that these matters are relevant. After all, they are seeking to adduce testimony on the point. I know the SPO does not accept the consequences of the earlier ruling of the pre-trial judge, the Court of Appeal, and indeed the trial panel as to their ongoing disclosure obligations and the necessity to produce a Rule 1023 notice which lists all relevant material in its possession on these matters. We have not had a Rule 1023 notice that deals with the records that would go to paragraphs 1 to 3 on that email. So we have done our best in the circumstances to try and identify that matter, the material that they may well have that would be required by us in preparation to deal with that witness. Now, the response that that's overly broad is met by the fact that they should give us a Rule 1023 notice that sets out with sufficient specificity to give us the assistance that the Court of Appeal said that we are entitled to by a Rule 1023 notice.
Thank you. We will do our best to rule on that and clear this up tomorrow. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All rise.